Google modding. And before we do it.
Okay, there we go. Greetings, Waters. You're back with more. The limit have returned. That deep and dank dungeon with my new microphone. Hopefully, there's no issues with audio. And the microphone is picking up my voice. I'm just double checking here. My little device. Okay. Nice. Okay. Perfect. Sounds fine to me. And now we can get started. Now, I don't expect it to be a major difference in quality. It should more or less sound the same when I spend some time tinkering with the software. The software of this microphone. So it should sound roughly the same quality as my previous microphone. That's the goal. And in the future, as long as I keep investing in the same brand, other devices should integrate seamlessly. Now, last time I was here, I finished the Twilight Hill, and there was no way into the greenhouse. So we're going to continue to the underground, Lehman Parish. Here is where we unlock boss weapons, which is always nice. There was an update for this game. Luckily, it was just bug fixes, though. Nothing, no major changes to the game, which is good. I liked it as it was. Here we are. Okay.
Greetings, stranger.
So this is the only boss weapon I haven't grabbed yet, was the Reapers. It's fine.
You are wasting...
It has been a little bit of time since I last played this, so I might need a minute to get my bearings. Balls equipped. That looks dangerous. Let's go this way. Ursula, our beloved blader. Who doesn't really know. Uh-oh. Okay, didn't see me. But this one did. Gotcha. This spear is really good compared to my greatsword. Or halberd, whatever you want to call it. Oh, there's a lot of death drops here. Okay. I need to watch my footing. Carefully. Go this way first. I felt something. Okay, there was a guy up there. Shit. Okay. I think I'm out of his range. He's not attacking me. Mission. This diamond is always good. This guy is still trying to shoot me. Careful because those harpoons explode. Jeez. Oh, there's someone there. Nice. The backstab. There's one more I can backstab. As long as that gunner try to kill me. Gotcha. Oh, there he goes. Oh, that still hit me? What the fuck? Why? Here, I'm not even gonna use an item. Hit this spell. Reconstruction. Oh! Dick. Okay, he is dead. I do have to be careful with this spell, because it uses a shit ton of synchronization. And if I'm hit with none, it will stun me. Okay, just making sure there's no other way across. Nice. That's a lot of damage. Ladder. Path over. Okay. It's an item, but I'm worried about that guy right there. Here we are. What is this? Listener Guild. Listener Guild, what is that? Serious food with my members of Listener Guild, an organization affiliated with Ethereum technology in the old world. It's equipped with a device that allows for sensory sharing with the Intelligent Entity Network. Intelligent Entity Network? What the fuck? Oh, damn. Oh, shit. Where's the... No? There it is. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Impressive. This is probably more along the aesthetic that I was thinking this game would have in terms of armors. That Evangelion kind of thing going on. I like the helmet too. However, I must keep the bunny ears. Oh, hello. That's not what I wanted to do. That is. The guy's not shooting me. Good. Salted mud ball. Very nice. Okay. This is going to be hectic. Yep, there it is. Alright, okay. Let's back up a second. Take care of this little guy. Oh god. Okay. Fortunately, my gun sucks, otherwise I would just shoot him. Salted mud ball. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, there he goes. Okay. I totally meant to do that. I didn't put the camera there for the reason you thought I did. I swear. Here we go. Okay, he's dead. What were you guarding? Luminous silk. Oh, I need that. Nice. My efforts have paid off. I don't recall going. Okay, because I need to drop down and then jump across, maybe? No, that's not, there's no place to jump across. Just go down. So let's circle back. This looks like it probably goes forward. Oh, there's someone at me. Hello. Take this. Oh, this is the guy I fought earlier. Oh, that's not good. Trying very hard not to fall off. Okay. More items. Luminous diamonds. What's in this? Is this a sewer? This poop tube. What is in here? Oh shit. Oh. You thought. You thought, little buddy. Another? Oh, I guess not. Okay. Yep, there he is. Oh, I just fell off. Okay. Let me make sure my area is equipped. Okay, so there's one area I missed. There he is. Wait for it. Oh, he's got a gun. Oh, I missed. I whiffed. I whipped the stab. Okay, he's dead. Salted mud balls. What is wrong with my camera? Whoa. Okay, something is not right. I don't know what that is, but I hope that doesn't kill me. My camera's drifting. Right. Okay. Very strange. I'm not sure why it's doing that, but that's not like controller drift either. That's another input. My mouse is fine. Shit. Yeah, I'm not sure what's causing that input. On my mouse. My mouse is kicking the time. God. Actually, this spell is kind of a godsend. What I would like to find is a shortcut. Hopefully this leads to one. Mexican food. Oh, this is like flat out on Earth. What the fuck? Yeah, it science is Mexican food. Okay. Food burritos. Some tacos al pastor sounds good right about now. Making me hungry. Alright. Okay, I can't go that way. I'm gonna go back. Because it feels like I'm just progressing. Which is nice, but I don't want to miss out on stuff. Especially upgrade materials. Oh, that hurt. I'm gonna just aggro him to death though. Yeah, just tank it. I almost fell there. Okay, I got him. Okay. I thought he was gonna jump. Luminous, yeah, I want this shit. Luminous diamonds. No more drift. Nope, there it is. I'm not nudging my mouse on accident. And my controller is... Okay, I think... No, it's gone now. Okay. My controller wasn't plugged in fully, I think, was the issue. Gave it a little nudge and went in fully. Oh, it's poison. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, elevator. Where does this go? It goes up? I can't tell. No more walls. No more. Oh man. Okay. Where am I? What am I doing? Well then. Perhaps my assumption was wrong, and I was not progressing. Oh. I wonder where this goes. This looks like I just progressed significantly. Okay. Let's grab this. And there's a branch. And a shop. Nice. Branch. What do we got here? Chlorophyll mask. This reminds me of, what do you call it? What vein? Poison resist, okay. It looks alright. I just realized what I'm wearing, the suit. I think that's the cover, on the cover of a limit. Cover art. This actually has quite a bit of bounce stats. This is still the best helmet though. Cavaliers. Okay. Let's go back. Parish Avenue. Okay, yeah, that's definitely progressing. There were some areas I missed, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Here we are. Okay. What do we have here? Harpoon Man. I'd love to just run past all this, but I don't think that's in the cards. I don't go that way, I need to go this way. Whoa, I forgot he was there. Poison, of course. Okay, I got antidotes. Mud ball. He's ready. Harpoon Man. Oh, he didn't see me. Okay. Maybe I'll just walk past him. I'm not even gonna try to jump that. I'm just gonna run this way. Drop. Nothing over here. Nothing over there. Oh god. Okay. There he goes. Let's keep moving. Where does this go? Oh. Ah. Secrets. Oh, the soil. Okay, great. I wonder what happens if I get all the soils. if anything happens. I thought the soils would always give me an upgrade, but as we saw with the twisted tree line or whatever it's called, the soil there did not give me any upgrade for my branch. Okay, so I looped around. Good. I didn't miss anything then. Except there was one area I did miss. God damn. Okay. Then they start with their guns out. It makes them easy to just kill. Straight up. Is there any? No. Okay. Okay, the next area I missed was... That's where I want to go. I didn't go this way at all, did I? This murder is gonna kill me. I didn't go up here. They stopped and dropped back down. Which probably was a mistake. Mexican food. Where were you again? Let's go down, but did I... Oh, it just went in a circle. Okay. This place is pretty confused compared to the other maps. It's all the squares, all the boxes. It's a little disorientating. Disorientating? Whatever the word is. I don't care. I don't care. Let's see. Where does this go? That is death down there. Oh. I missed. What the fuck? He's so small. I couldn't hit him. Here we go. Chest. Ooh. Crystallized bone. Interesting. Okay. West diamonds, and I can jump across here. Critique of technology, number 725. The personal recycle bag is undoubtedly the most evil invention of this century. Imagine it only takes you 3 minutes to replace it, and you can immerse yourself in the Elysium world for 7 days straight. Elysium world, without any... Elysium is what the little girl talked about, right? For 7 days straight without any additional eating or defecating in between. So Elysium is like a VR world? At this very moment, hundreds of millions of our compatriots are lying on cradles in hive hotels in Takatankogan. Boring collective apartments of less than 4 square meters per person, enjoying the convenience of this product. From this point of view, perhaps the Cradle Corporation is the last straw and will break the back of the society. And the capital behind it is once again, without exception, the Crowley family. So it's the Matrix, what they're saying. Kinda. At least in the Matrix, they were like harvesting people as like batteries, essentially. But this is like, you just live in a virtual, I don't know what you'd call it. Utopia? I don't know what Elysium is, what it depicts. Okay. I have to jump? Oh no, there's a bridge. It sounded like you pay them to give you access to Elysium. Man, if a church came up on it, that's fucked up, man. It's really fucked up. Covenant, underground parish. Delivered to merchant Kian to expand trade routes and for the variety of goods. Covenant. Interesting. Who's merchant Kian? Oh, he's the guy at the camp. Okay. Okay, so this was an optional route. Which is good. My exploration has paid off. That's gonna give me all damage. So I'm just gonna slide down. Okay. Ignore this crap. I try to. This little thing is not gonna like me though. Oh no, he ignored me. Alright. It feels like, design-wise, as long as I take any turns or separate paths as soon as I come across them, I should be able to get everything, or explore everything. Let's go to the branch and we'll head back to camp. There we are. Let's see what this covenant does. Campsite. Excellent. I wonder if I'll get any weapons. Maybe some armor. Although I like my armor. Weapons though is kinda not as numerous as the equipment. And I suppose the equipment cheats a bit because some of them are just wigs and they just change your hairstyle.
Oh, it's you again. Feel free to buy something.
You see that Kian? Brave Rhino. He's not. Okay. Who is Kian?
You're back.
I found this.
Yeah, I've got a new sample, new soil.
Oh, let me see. Its hardness is unusual. Anyway, let's purify and analyze it first.
Yes, let's.
An excess of minerals and almost no microorganisms. You found this in the underground part of the sunken city, right?
Yes.
As I thought. The area beneath the mud lake is severely contaminated. Here, please take this. You're still heading back to the city, right? Please, do be careful.
Purified
Still
soil.
heading back.
Oops. Excellent. I need that for my branch. Yes. Here we go. Okay. Scrap plants. What was that other thing I had? Night halberd, that's what it was. Okay. Or night lance. That lance is pretty strong though. Rate it again. Can I get any levels? Good. I sell some stuff.
Oh, it's you?
Chip chidiness. What is this? Chip chidiness substance from the claws of fallen necros. This is unparalleled strength that exceeds all known materials, making extremely difficult to process, highly sought after by artisans. Interesting. Crystallized bone. Crystallized human finger bone, formed as bone. Gradually transforms into mud crystals. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, let's get some levels. What I think I should do is I should start pumping my health some. I've been a little negligent with it. I got 3 points. I could put 97, 502, so that's 5. Okay, another 5 and then 2. Oh, I think I've reached a soft cap for strength. The scaling on this halberd falters after 35. Okay. Good to know. And I'll do that. I'm gonna put it at the soft cap and then most of my points are going to life, I think. Unless I come across some spell that I really should be using. But I'll worry about that later. Who is Kian? Oh. I just don't know. Don't know who that is. It's not the robot. Right? Maybe someone I haven't met yet. We'll meet soon. Looks like I got boss souls. You get boss souls really fast. You get like 3 of them before you unlock boss weapons. I've got a lot of mud balls. Okay. Ooh, a blader. Who is this? Oh, this is the witch, the mage.
Huh? It's you again, Ursula. Miller.
Miller.
What are you doing here?
What's her name?
Just on the hunt for some gadgets. Something called adaptive fragments. Adaptive fragments? What are they used for? Simply put, they're used to fix up damaged spells. Necros spells are evolving quickly, and those fragments are the only thing that can patch up the outdated ones. But this is a church guard, not a necro. Well, that's where the intricacy of spells comes in. You mean the church and the necros have shared origin for their spells? Close, but not exactly. And bladers, too? More like anything related to mud, to be precise. Hardly surprising, huh?
Oh, didn't mean to do that. Oops. But that's what that button does. I see. Alright.
What do you want to learn?
The necros and church spells are from the same source. That's good to know. And the church worships a concept brought upon by VR. Kind of VR. Oh, these are items, right? Okay. Electrification. Ignition. 2,000 salts. Or crystals. I guess there's no reason not to have it. How many adaptive fragments do I have? 12.
Don't
I'm just
forget about
worried she's gonna... Or she's gonna have something that's really good and I'm not gonna have the fragments to, buy it. I don't have the spirit to cast that shit anyway, so... And typically in these games, spells... Or your spell stats... Usually you have to go big or go home. Ow. Ow. Adaptive fragment. So, speaking of... Good. It's fantastic. Oh, she saw me. Drops. Okay. Come here. Nice. Oh man, that shocked him. Ow. Oh. Oh damn. Okay. All right. Jeez. This guy. Oh, there's shit being thrown at me. That's why I'm dying. Okay. Alright. Come here. No more of that. No more of that. Any more? Nope. Alright, good. Okay, so we came from up, so maybe up. Waste. Well, maybe not. There's an item over there. Mental notes. Maybe down first. This knight is looking for Lord. He's one of those priests, that's why. Any residents? Portable lightning. Okay. That's probably from the side here. So I'm gonna go back. Because my assumption is it loops back around where that priest was. When we trace the origins of the legend of Elysium, it invariably points to a paved surface of olden times. Historical records show that for a fee, based on the number of hours of use, users were able to enter a sort of virtual environment that was extremely realistic, and in which they could perform various activities. Surveys show that it had billions of users at the time, while the entire population in the city of Haven, like Havenswall, which we project to have peaked at just 80 million, was only 80 million. The race showed that had billions of users at the time, okay? While the entire population of the city of Haven, which we project to have peaked at just 80 million, was only 80 million. The service, which affected the entire world, disappeared during the Cataclysm, only to be transformed into an aggressive religious organization 800 years later. What happened in between is unknown. A paid service brought by the Crowley family. A utopia for consumers. That's fucked up, man. Oh shit, Shirley. Where's, Oh, there he is. Okay.
Oh, hey. It's you, Ursula.
What's wrong, Shirley?
Well, nothing. I witnessed a person becoming one of the blessed. Everyone was inside the room, waiting for the portal to open. Then a man by the window started glowing with golden light. He stood up straight and floated in the air. And then everyone went wild and worshipped him like crazy. I think I felt his consciousness leave his body. But that feeling, is that what everyone wishes for?
What do you mean?
Something
That sounds scary.
off.
What's that thing
they
doing?
were weird. Those people, their bodies were empty inside. Even Charcoal got restless when it saw
Charcoal,
them.
that's his name.
It took me a lot of effort to calm it down. The whole atmosphere was creepy. I got scared and came here alone.
They're just vessels.
Vessels?
That's how Stone the Coffin Bearer calls those pilgrims.
Old Stone. He's a
She
regular
knows
guest
Stone.
at Grandpa's. Oh, what should I do? Now even Old Stone says so. Is that what it takes to enter Elysium? What if Mom and Dad are already... I'm so scared. What should I do, Ursa?
Calm down, Shirley.
I should...
Your Arista doesn't even look at her.
Shouldn't I?
I don't know, but I'll keep investigating the
So
church in
weird.
Elysium.
Error.
Okay. Thank you, Ursa. I don't know where Charcoal found this, but I can't use it anyway. Please take it. I'll stick around here.
Temporary
a bit
resonance.
longer. I'll...
Poor girl. Well, Elysium is not what it was cracked up to be. Not by the church. This guy's better fire and shatter prevention, okay? This is just straight better. I really like this helmet. Still. For aesthetics, let's stick with the bunny ears. Now we go up. The fragments. More fragments. What is with all these fragments? Temporary resonance. Oh, that's for seals. Okay. Early Space Systems Company. All strife is profitable. Mephisto Crowley. Wait. Jeez. Oh no.
The pilgrims. They are gathering together.
Yeah, but I want this item. Light of Life. Moderately increase the user's max life. Oh, could be nice. Whoa. This woman. This woman is absolutely zonked. What the fuck? Yeah, they're worshipping her. Alright. Where's I need Stone to come here.
I should return to the branch and wait for a while.
Good idea. But first, let me get this item. Temporary resonance. I'm assuming that's the way forward, so yeah, let's return to the branch. I don't mind finding the enemies again. This game, it gets creepier the more you play it. And as you learn more about the worlds. So far, it seems like this society collapses once VR chat becomes becomes too big. Okay, so I can't upgrade? No. Okay, Stone did arrive. Good. I could slaughter these. Ow. Oh. Oh, that's right. Every few casts, I get a free cast. Nice. I completely forgot about that.
Oh.
Oh, God. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, that's very annoying. That's very annoying. Give me here. Give me here. Gotcha. Let's go talk to Stone.
It's a good harvest.
Oh, he gives
Here,
crystals.
your
Okay. I didn't realize.
rewards. That bell didn't make any noise, right?
No, it didn't.
Well, I didn't expect much. By the way, your new outfit looks great. Where did
Thank you,
get
Stone.
it?
Aren't I pretty?
Looks like you're enjoying the city vibe, huh, my
City
friend?
vibe.
Friend?
We're of the same sort, are we not? Nothing wrong with being friends.
The same. But I'm not a human.
Yeah, I'm a mudboard.
Are you playing dumb? Or do I have to show some goodwill first? Well,
Oh,
I
another
do
item.
have something for you.
Fewer crystals.
So, where are you headed, my friend?
Hyos Patir.
Oh, so you've ended up joining the church. Then I won't let you pass.
I'm not a pilgrim.
Not a pilgrim. Pity. I've been itching to fight a
Right,
blader.
Stone's definitely gonna be a boss fight later on, right?
It seems you bladers don't belong to the church, nor the Necros. Where exactly do you come from?
I don't know.
I see. There was a fool who told me that there's another force in Havenswell, and I thought he was nuts. Guess I'll have to apologize when we meet next. Well, that's all for now. I should get going. Don't be so down. We'll meet again. Well, don't.
Thanks, Stone. Thank you so much, buddy. I wonder if Shirley, since she knows Stone, if she has anything to say. Anything different? Oh, okay. Wrong way anyway. Need some mud. Oh, Shirley's gone. Shit. Okay. Well then. What the fuck? Oh shit. Okay. Alright. It's very big. Oh, god damn. Oh, whoa. Ow. Okay, alright, let's take a second here. Oh, buried. Gotcha. And he dropped something. He's returned the mud. Oh, he had a shit ton of shit. Okay, that means he doesn't respawn. Any resonance. Luminous diamond. Adaptive fragments. Nice. I see this. What is this? The speculators, masqueraded as pilgrims, received free Eucharist from the church and smuggled it to their caravans. Such a business is almost costless. The only barrier being the high tolls charged by the fishermen. Why didn't the fishermen themselves get involved? And why did Eucharist smuggling eventually die out? The simple reason that the pretenders eventually became true pilgrims. Interesting. Smuggling from the church, huh? Does that say famous what? Famous Smith. Famous Smith? Why is that symbol familiar? Okay. Oh! That kind of scared me. Okay, come on now. I lied. I was never scared. Okay, come on now. Today is the third day of the pilgrimage road blockade, and more people have gathered in the underground parish. There's still loud noises coming from the top from time to time, but I'm sure the Necro are still continuing to attack above the surface. They all said that the sun had blocked the road because the war situation was still unclear. To prevent the Necro from invading the cathedral from any route. The more times like this, the more patience is needed. This is obviously another test of our pious faith. During the morning prayers, the old man leading the group brought up the story of the overthrow of the Eastern Diocese more than 80 years ago. And the one who crushed the Necro army at the last minute was none other than the sun, Lord Loskid. Loskid is the sun. Okay. Who was sitting in the cathedral this time. The sun was invincible, and the victory of the sun could not be questioned. Alright, so the sun. Loskid. Loskid was mentioned before. I don't remember by who, though. Someone thought I knew Loskid or something like that. Or was with Loskid. But Loskid is a part of the church faction.
Sinners.
What?
You've been asking the Father for everything. For shelter, food, and the promised land. But what have you offered in return? Have you ever prayed? Have you ever shown piety? Why are the gates closed? Isn't it because of our greed and sins? Open your eyes, my peers. Only piety shall guide us to Elysium. Open your eyes, my peers. Only piety.
He's pretty mad with these gates not opening. Okay, that's a very big boy with a big hammer. The priestess is going to be more annoying. I can just get close enough I can backstab her. Got it. Oh, shit. Oh my god, okay. Got you. Give me your read. Oh, shit. Oh. Gotcha. Crystallized disc. What are they guarding? Sacred blood crystal. What is that? Fully restore. Oh, it's elixir. Rules elements. Okay. Nice. Emergency. Emergency item. That's the way forward. What about over here? It might just loop around. I don't know. Okay, so the triangle is the church's symbol. You probably showed me that earlier, I just forgot. Noise tape. Luminous silica. Very nice.
Ah, Master Luskid. Those villains even dared to murder your holy knight. Please, Holy Son, bring your divine retribution upon those sinners. Please, Holy Son, bring your divine...
A lot of talk about Luskid. I wonder if I'm approaching him. What? Oh, another memory.
Luskid. A name that brings back memories. She is the first Blader, and has never lost a battle since her creation. The squad she founded, the Trailblazers, defeated countless foes, and its first 3 members are now legends.
The Trailblazers.
Unfortunately, she later joined the church and became their new child. What's the point of being so obsessed with power?
Inversion. Increasing sync rate energy level. Interesting.
A new believer, join us in prayer. Show our piety to the Father, and the gates will surely open again.
There's a big ass picture there. What the fuck?
Show.
Hold on, I'm gonna look at it in a second. No, I'm gonna look at it now. What the fuck is this? Oh shit. Oscar is like a fucking Doomslayer. God damn. That's cool as fuck. It's like an album cover. What? Abyss Watchers? Arsenal 3. I just wanted to rest of the branch. Okay, I didn't. It was weird. What was that? Zarksick. What's up, man? Graplines. Oh, I can hit this up now. What do I want to? 1 more HP. And upgrade this. And these new seals, what are they? Oh, they're not main seals. Okay. What was this conversion? Physical, fatal strike, stability. It's another anime Dark Souls? Yeah, it is. This is like, so I remember telling you about Code Vein. Code Vein's like really like mid, but it does have the benefit of having co-op. This game is like if Code Vein was like a good like solid 7, 8 out of 10. Resist. Harsh voice. More sync rate. More sync rate. Main seal sync rate energy level. What is that? Level 1 to level 2. Oh, okay. So the blue becomes more stronger. It's actually really strong. Let's replace this one. Final Fantasy 7 was a good game, yeah. Donbe. Curado. Donbe. 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 Another blader. Oh, it's the chick with the big sword.
Master Lost Kid. Did I fall asleep? Who's there? Oh, it's you. I left in a hurry last time. You didn't come after me, did you? No. I'm heading to the center of Heavenswell. Hayos Petir. That's where I'm going too. To confront Lost Kid. Lost Kid is called the Sun by those pilgrims. The Sun, huh? How ridiculous. Master Lost Kid is the first and strongest blader. There's no reason for her to join that shady church. There must be some misunderstanding. I must go to the cathedral and ask her. Since you took the seal I gave you, come with me and help.
Oh, I get to help her.
And take this, Ursa. Let
Maybe.
me know when you're ready. We'll meet at the main gate of the cathedral.
Diamonds, okay. That's good.
Let me know when you're ready.
Oops. Let's return. Nothing. Okay. So I'm definitely gonna fight this Lost Kid. Whoever the hell she is. Can't enhance anything else. That's set to. Okay. Seal set. Branches set. Alright. It's time. Saint. Oh, this is cool. What the fuck is that thing? Oh, it's one of those priests. She's just really big. Oh, I'm chunkier. Oh, my face. Okay, we're good. Oh, I can't hit you up there. Okay, all right. Nice. Oh, I cannot parry that. Oh, shit. Whoa. It's not too hard. Oh, okay, it's getting kind of difficult. Oh. As long as she has no phase change, I should be okay. Okay, that's not... Ow. I heal. Now she's dead. Yeah. Easy enough. Clergy rope. Clergy headwear. We're still... Constructing abundance crystals may have an elegant aura. Oh, damn. We got ourselves a dress. Clergy headwear. That looks stupid. Oh, with the hood might look really cool. Nah, looks stupid. It's not bad. That looks really cool, actually. Where's the maid headband? Not bad. Okay, healed up. What is this? This is compared to the other armor. This poison piercing. Better fire resist though. And shatter. Yeah, why not? Clergy rope. wow. Okay. This is nutty. Where? Portal. This place is enormous. Alright, where does this go? The other one took me to Hyos Batir. I wonder if this one does the same. Yep, Hyos Batir. Okay. Very long elevator. But the temple is enormous. It's like colossal. This is the lower level Hyos Batir, okay. Oh man, okay. Let's take a second. This place is huge.
I understand. This is a test from the Father. I'll keep waiting. No matter how long it takes. I'll keep waiting. No matter.
Okay. Oh shit, okay. Firebearer's Codex. Transferred received by the Hubert School. The sun, Prometheus, descended upon Havenswell and approached the mass, the sun. Under the command of the Father, I, Prometheus the Firebearer, will bestow the art of mud upon the fools. Translator's note, this is how the sun refers to the Blessed Ones. Mud responds to the spirit in the art of harnessing its power. It is known as spells. Spells encompass numerous paradigms as abundant as the stars, and even learning just one or two of them will suffice for your protection during your pilgrimage. This enables you to spread the gospel of Elysium and gather a vast circle of believers. Great. So Necros, yeah. Necros and the church. In the previous note, or the same source of power as the mud. And the mud was bestowed upon everyone by Prometheus, the sun. I thought Loskid was the sun, unless Loskid's Prometheus. Oh, Alter Voice. There are these guys from Dark Souls. Candle Boys. Yeah, right. Come on, buddy.
A Necro! That's Necro! Why is it here? Is a war about to break?
He's scared.
Is a war about
to. My friend, the world has been ravaged by war for 800 years. Okay, this looks like it continues. Let's go back. A button. What does it do? Inspector's emblem not owned. Oh shit. Oh, Shirley. Oh, and that other dude.
Ursula.
Oh, his arm's gone.
What happened here?
This guy loses a limb every time I see him.
Man, he insisted on fighting Charcoal. I told him Charcoal wouldn't attack people, but he didn't believe me. And now his hand.
Vikas.
Come on! How could you believe that nonsense? Listen up.
Only dead Necros are good Necros and won't attack people. I don't care what it is. I won't let any of that.
Who is this guy? I gotta look up his voice actor.
Stop talking! You'll die!
He sounds familiar. He sounds really familiar.
Can you help him, Marissa?
I don't need help. I'm not that weak. It's not a big deal. I'll just get a prosthetic hand.
Ooh.
Guess I'll have to wait for a while before I can fight again. Well, I'll leave that guy with 4 arms to you.
The guy with 4 arms.
Not far from here. That big guy guarding the door. Probably stronger than the 4-legged knight.
I see. What will you do?
4-legged knight wasn't that hard.
I'll catch my breath first. And then go see the doctor. Take this. It might come in handy. Just don't get killed by that monster.
Eucharist. Oh, this is the shit that was getting smuggled.
Just don't get killed by that monster.
Can I talk to Shirley? No, just because. Oh, Charcoal's fucking dead, man. What the fuck? Damn. Where's Shirley? She's getting wrecked. Emotionally. Emotional damage. Eucharist. Large amount of life over a certain duration. Free food provided by the church to the pilgrims. Made using the church's technology can be fully converted into nutrition consumed. Technology. Taken my sacred blood, and I shall be absolved of all afflictions. Witness the revelation of celestial marvel bestowed upon the world. Bow before the Father and praise the path to him. Shriek core. Waveform data. Stabilizer. I'm just looking at this lore and these items. Something is not right. Understatement of the millennium. Something is not right with this world. All this talk of VR realities trapping people. Corporations offering it, taking over cities like Havenswell. I think it's a big fuck to me. Yeah, it's a big fuck if you ask me, Rick.
The pilgrims. They are gathering together.
Oh, another stone I can call stone.
I should return to the branch and wait for a while.
All's crypt. Is that where I came from? These guys are all gonna get killed by stone. That's why I'm trying to find a branch. Wait, big dick. Whoa. Alright, Captain. Oh, he slapped me. Oh, shit. Let's take a second. Oh. Dick. Renewed retail. Oh, goblins have a zone now? Goblin monk. It's the Goblin City, it's just Warcraft. NYC, it's awful. Yeah, it kind of sucked. When you make a goblin, you'd start at the goblin area, and then you just leave it. And never go back. Ever again. You made all that island for nothing. No, so alright, show me to kill this first. Alter voice. Oh, so it is a city. Okay. Wrench fixed. Okay, before I summon stone, what's back here? Nothing, just more altars. Yeah, Tokyo drift car. Or is that a mountain? Go with dailies and shit. It's like a city. That's cool. I always wanted them to add a goblin area. Cause that would have been like a sick place to like RP in as goblins. Like that zone alone would make like everyone RPing out like fucking backstabbing and economies and shit. Black markets, trades and all that shit. Upgrades. Like, oh my HP, yes. See. All of the best working with all the faction. Gallirex has defected back. Oh, he defected back. Of course he did. There's gold to be made. He owns the city because Collins rules. He has max money. Want a better deal. He's depending for his cool, yeah. Arada alada. Gotta brush up on your Spanish. One more. Yeah, gotcha. His face, yeah. They got the same. They got the same chins. The same. Oh, Stone didn't kill him. What the fuck?
What? Calling me to a place like this? Are you trying to get me killed? You want me to kill those pilgrims in front of all those guards? Hold on. Where are the guards? There are usually a lot more of them. Even if they are assigned to the Ethereum Mansion, there are too few here. Could it be that what Adramelech said was true? There's another battlefield. Or the real battlefield.
Adramelech.
If it's not within any parish. Spirit Depths.
Spirit Depths.
What's that?
Yeah.
A secret facility of the church. A forbidden place, hidden from all the believers. Sounds way more intriguing than the cathedral, doesn't it?
How did you learn about it?
Well, the only perk of living longer is knowing more than others. If the Necros are attacking that place, they're probably coming from underground. Well, looks like I've got to go.
That's what that other blader said.
That place gets destroyed.
Necros are tunneling underground with their tumors.
Here. It's been nice working with you. Here, the promised payment. You don't need to call me again.
Nice.
If you run into any more pilgrims, well, unless that bell actually rings.
Are you heading to the Spirit Depths?
Exactly.
Why?
Who knows? Maybe to find something or someone. Just taking my chances. Don't stick around here. Hurry up and leave. Don't stick.
Spirit Depths. Alright. I want my visor back. No, not that one. My night visor. Here we go. Oh yeah. So don't call him anymore unless the bell rings. Okay. A strange request. Okay. Oh boy. This is... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 altar boys, 2 big boys. Sorry, 7 altar boys, 2 big boys. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 altar boys and 2 big boys. I like those odds. Oh, they're not responding. Nice. I pulled one. Okay, good, good, good. Go this way. Get down here. Oh no! Sink. Sunk. Sink. Motherfucker. Alright. Come here, big boy. Let's do this. Gotcha. Easy. Easy. Oh, this goes all the way around. Okay. Let's clear this first. Get with the other big boy. Oh, that shit. Ow. Got him. Holy shit. Okay. Let's go this way first. All these altar boys. Temporary residence. Okay. What's this? Shit, speaking of the penguin.
This is giving me a headache. Hey, are you heading to the cathedral too, young lady?
Yes.
Why is he holding his belly like that?
Picked a lousy time to come.
Yeah, anime
All the
penguins.
gates are closed.
Yeah, it's like, speaking of
Never seen
penguins.
Such tight security before. Seems like the necros are getting serious. But with the sun in charge, this place won't fall. We shouldn't have sent those guys out. I just hope they won't get killed. Ah, sorry. I spaced out for a moment there. I'm Sklarm, the leader of the
Sklarm.
Hunters Guild.
Okay. Hunters.
And you are?
Arissa.
Ah, glad to meet you, Lady
His
Ursula.
gut is sticking out of his shirt.
Did you run into a brown-skinned, gray-haired guy on your way here? He always looks
Yeah, you can trust him,
grumpy.
yeah.
Could use a good beatdown.
I like the way he smiles at
You
me.
mean-
Makes me feel safe.
Vikas?
You know him? Where is he?
He's down by the stairs, badly wounded, and lost one of his hands.
He made it here. A troublemaker. But now that he's wounded, he probably won't wander around anymore. I should call someone to bring him back, just to be safe. Thank you for the info. Here, take this as a token of my appreciation.
Crystallize remains. That's it. What even is that? He gave me like the shittiest. Okay.
Please don't mention that you saw me here.
The shittiest currency.
I see.
Well, I'll wait and see if the gates will open. Maybe we'll meet again. Well.
And everyone else is obsessed with finding Elysium. Firebear's Codex Part 3. Oh. The fools witnessed the ascent of mud from the bottom to the top of the cathedral. The fools, from where does mud come? The sun, from beneath the surface. The fools, how does mud ascend to the surface, the sun? By using spells that drive mud, releasing energy and distorting the gravitational field to create an opposing current. Alternatively, by unfolding the macromolecular structure of mud to alter its density and surface tension, which enables the mud to ascend along the channels. Ah, okay, yeah. Makes sense. They use a weird techno magic to move mud out of the earth. Eat some mud. What's this? Oh, it's the Blader girl.
Oh, you're too slow. What's the situation here? Tough luck. All the gates are closed. Master lost it. Why? Maybe there's another way into the cathedral. What do you mean? The inverted tower. I entered the cathedral through that tower. Of course I know that! But the tower only leads to the outside of the cathedral. Wait, now that you mention it, those towers aren't arranged in a circle. Some of them are within the circle. The inner ones might lead into the cathedral. It all makes sense now. Thank you for the tip, Ursula. So, how do we get into the inner towers? Since the church wants to keep those pilgrims out, those inner towers must be used by other factions within the church. The underground parish. It's under the control of the bishops.
Bishops.
Bishops? The 3 resplendent bishops. Second only to the Father and the Son in the church. No one has ever defeated them. Except for Master Loskid. The trial hall must be controlled by one of the 3 bishops. If we want to get into the inner towers, I'm afraid we'll have to defeat them. With the current situation, we don't have any other options. Anyway, we need to find our way to the trial hall first. There's a water room down below, which should lead us to the sewer town.
The harbor's actually a noodle, yeah.
The sewer town connects to the entire
It's what lets me cast spells, man.
Maybe we'll find a way to the trial hall from the other side of the parish. Come and help me, Ursula. Sure. Alright, let's split up and meet at the entrance of the trial hall. I'll never give up. No matter what. I'll never give up.
Okay. Now I can push this button. What does this do? Shortcut? I need the emblem. What the fuck? Okay, back to the middle here. And I've explored all the sides. What is going on? Oh. Skills. Oh shit. Okay. Let me make sure I've got everything equipped. Let's go with the ignition. Trailblazers, Blessed Knights. Guy, he's very big. Who is that? Osket? Oh, his altered voice. Choir master, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Oh, I can't dodge that shit. Lovely. Oh, that hurt. That hurt quite a bit, actually. Eat mud. Oh, shit. What? He teleports? Ow. That shit is hard to dodge, okay. Okay. I dodged right in the lighting. I'm reminded of Radon from Elden Ring. The Earth Tree expansion. Am I gonna kill all this shit again? What the fuck? Hold on. What's my... I might be able to get a bit of HP here. No, we cannot. Okay. All right. If I go and sell some stuff, I might be able to level up. That little bit of HP might be nice to have. Let's go back to camp. Hmm. Okay, let's sell.
Oh, it's you again.
Okay, I don't want to sell that though. I want to move on to that.
Making more
Oh yeah, 835 HP is definitely good. Alright, try this boss again. Magiospatir. Or Hyospatir, however they say it. Cleansing stairs. Backstab. Oh, I fucked that up hard. Oh, stagger. Gotcha. Easy. Okay, and the rest is just trash. Do it easily. I can actually hit them. All right. Once more. With my mud balls. My portable ignition. Alright, you dick. Nice. So you can be parried. What the fuck is that? Oh. Jeez. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, just one-shot me. That's cool. All right. Jeez. All right. Let's try that again. Okay, so I need to dodge that explosion. I'm gonna just fucking die. Just so I can get far away from him. I went pissed off all the priests. That's good. And I can't parry that. Not good. Not good at all. Okay. 5 heals. My mud. Let's try this again. I should be able to rush him down to his second phase. Oh, shit. Okay, he started different that time. And he teleported, of course. Alright. Okay, so lightning bolt is a summon. There it is. Can I hide from him? Nice. Okay. There is sort of a safe area. Maybe? Unless there's just my dodge spam. What the fuck is that? Oh, he's healing. I staggered him. What? No, he's cheating. He's cheating. I booked him. He's cheating. What the fuck? I can't see him. This is horseshit. Jesus. What the fuck? Understep. Vector, okay, I got that. Clergy nucleus. Use a power thunder, move swiftly in all directions. Oh. When a mirror image on sight, the mirror image will explode, dealing electricity damage. Oh. Empowered dodge then. Nice. Very cool. Okay, there was 2 buttons that require the emblem. I have the emblem. Try out this bloodborne dodge, or mudborne dodge. Ow. So it makes choir boys, not altar boys. Not that it matters. Here we are. Nice. Okay, there was one other thing I could use this on. Oh, Shirley's gone. And no charcoal either. Oh, Vikas is dead?
Ursula?
Shirley, has Vikas left already?
Another man came by just now and took him away.
Charcoal.
It broke into pieces and disappeared. I knew it was a necro. I thought I wouldn't care if it died. I'm so heartbroken now. It's been with me all the way here.
Shirley.
I shouldn't be caring about the necro. Oh, Father.
Oh no, what the fuck?
What's wrong, Shirley?
My head suddenly hurts. So many voices in my head. They're crying. So many of them.
I don't hear anything.
Over there in the mountain.
Well done, Ursula. Mountains.
They're crying, screaming.
Are those cries coming from humans?
I'm feeling so sad.
Calm down, Shirley. You may be sensing a flow of consciousness from a distance.
Yeah.
Sensing.
Just leave her there and walk
It's
away,
like
yeah.
the Blader's ability, but different. You are a human, so why would that happen?
My head is a mess. Ursula, what should I do?
Calm down. Use your willpower to control the flow in your mind. Don't be afraid. Then, I'll have to locate
If
the
only
source of
bladers
the
can do that,
cries.
does that mean Shirley's a blader?
What happened under that mountain?
He's made of mud,
Spirit depths,
like me.
right? I'll go there and investigate. Take care of yourself.
I didn't realize they made bladers. Still don't know that they came out fully grown. Hey, yes, the other button. And just leave that child there. The convulsed scream. Emerald form. Reese uses all defense. Nice. To whoever discovers this, we, the 11 martyrs, We reported to our mentor, Lady Midram, volunteering for the pilgrimage to the cathedral to decipher the Firebearer's quote codex. 2 pages of that. Our objective is to uncover the true nature of mud in the church. We are fully aware that this will be a one-way journey, and we have all sworn an oath to end our lives by our own hands before being consumed by corruption. If you manage to retrieve the fragments of the translation we left behind and bring them out of this place, please sell them to any caravan. In return, you'll be rewarded with a substantial amount of crystals. More importantly, you'll be making a significant contribution to the survival of humanity. As science endures, humanity shall persevere. I don't want to sell those though, man. Those are important lore bombs. What the fuck? Below is the sewer town. Seems bottomless. Do I really have to jump in? Take the plunge? Sewer town. Interesting. Okay. I need 1 second here to get more water. I'll be right back. Okay. Water. Now. And we'll take the plunge. Oh. Loading screen. That sucks. I was hoping to just fall. Sewer town, that's where I started. Yeah, this is the first area of the game. The first zone. All this mud is going to ruin my dress. My pretty dress. Stone. Ah, yes. A branch. North Sewer Town, okay. More HP. Okay, what was that thing I saw? That turns, increases the blue, but adding another defense, all defense 30. All defense 50. Okay. All resist 30. Stability. Hit would all resist 30. Okay, so I want to hold on to my backstab buff. If I can help it, because I love parrying. This can be Jade form, or Emerald form. Oh, that's a lot of defense. Hell yeah. I don't think I ever all resist. I don't. Okay. All right. Oh boy. Okay. Let's go this way first. Well, these Necros are just as weak as they were at the beginning of the game. Attention. Due to recent earthquakes, multiple pipe breaks have occurred in the surrounding channels. To prevent the overflow of mud and the emergence of the void, the sedimentation tanks will be temporarily closed. Please proceed to collection sites 3 and 8 to collect mud on your own. Oh, he's really tanky. Okay. Oh, shit. I should be able to backstab. Actually, that dodge is pretty slick. Luminous diamond. Oh shit. Robots? Yep, robots. Captive fragments. And empowered robots. Come here. The dodge definitely flows better than the parry. No, alright, I can heal myself. What is all this shit? Sedimentation tanks. Let's try this way first. Oh, and a branch. Nice. Is there anything up here? Magnetic surge. Up, down. Okay, let's go back and explore the other direction. Now the game made it seem like the church built that Ios shit way after the city was built. It's strange they'd have a portal to the sewers, but this is where the mud is accumulated, so maybe. Church is harvesting mud from the city. thought this was just shit on the ground, but no, it's the magic mud. Oh. Dude, under stuff is fucking slick. To give up the parrying. I don't like that. Okay, I'm gonna go on the side. Oh, it's the doctor.
Ah, it's you. Here we meet again.
Dr. Adremalek,
Heading to the area up ahead. You've picked a bad time.
why did you close the gate?
Well, the road ahead collapsed due to strata subsidence. Pipes burst and mud went everywhere. Even the void appeared, so I closed the gate for safety. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but you'll have to take a detour. I wonder where you are headed.
To
Spirit depths.
Spirit depths.
Never heard of it. What's that place?
It's down the hill, east of the cathedral.
And you're going the opposite direction. This is the way to the west. Let me show you a way. Go through the sewer, cross the pond.
Across the pond.
You'll find an underground train
Train
station.
station.
A train station?
Yeah, it's what's left of an old transportation system. I fixed up some of the trains too, so they're still running. Anyway, it's a convenient way to travel around. Give it a shot.
I
Whoa.
see. Thank you.
Oh, and be careful. I sent out some sweepers to deal with the void.
This guy always has like a graphical error
They
like
might
that.
come at you too. If you encounter them, just destroy them without hesitation.
Where is Assis?
Oh,
Yeah, the
I was
robot,
just
where is he?
about to
He's got
tell
boss
you.
weapons.
Since I'm running around, it might be tough to find me. So I sent him to the temporary camp.
Oh, you went
visit
to the
there
camp. Okay,
often,
nice.
Right? If you need to talk business, just head straight to him.
I see.
And take care of yourself. And take...
I want to see what this new boss weapon is. The choir master. Bloodhound Step. That's what it was called. That shit from Elden Ring, Bloodhound Step. This shit was annoying before they nerfed it. Okay, so websites. See the new boss weapon from the choir master. An electric build would be cool. Now that I have significant amounts of strength, or I hit some kind of soft cap on the strength. So getting more, or rather getting an enchantment. Some magic going would be nice. Where is this guy? Oh, there he is.
Oh, it's you again, stranger. This is the first time I've talked to someone other than the doctor for so long. It's a bit unusual, but I want to share a secret with you. Actually, I was a human once. I know this may be hard to believe, but please hear me out, okay? When I was a human, I suffered from a severe illness. It gradually paralyzed me, starting with my toes, then my feet and hands, until I couldn't move a muscle. It was terrifying. I was scared I'd even lose my ability to think. So, I made a desperate call and asked the doctor to replace my body with a mechanical one and transfer my mind into a chip. The surgery went all right, mostly. There was a tiny
Mostly.
glitch. The factory wasn't the best place for the procedure, and I lost my memories from my human days. I paid a high price, but I survived. After becoming like this, I tried to communicate with other people. However, they were either fanatical Elysium believers or destitute paupers and hunters. No humans could understand me, nor could those robots in the factory. We are simply different. While we all look like robots, all they do is repeat simple tasks. But I'm different. I ponder over many things: philosophy, society, history, materialism, and free will. Whenever I think about such topics, I feel like I don't belong here.
You and me
After
both.
our first meeting, I mustered the courage and shared my thoughts with the doctor. And upon hearing my words, he sent me here. Can you guess why?
Existential
I understand.
crisis
Yes,
robot.
it hit me recently. You bladers are much like me, having bodies different from ordinary humans and a strong sense of self. The doctor must have thought we could become close friends.
I'm sorry, but I have other things to attend to. I'll take my leave.
Ah, well, no worries.
Oh man,
We can talk about philosophy next time.
poor guy. He got fucking rejected.
Hello, my dear friend. Are you here?
Wait, there's no...
No chit-chat this...
I thought I had the nucleus. Yeah, clergy nucleus. Actually, I have a lot of nuclei. From the final blessing ritual, human pilgrims who arrive here and banish everyone else. Oh, okay, I see. Wait. No, I guess it's not a, only certain nuclei are
chit-chat.
boss weapon. Well, that sucks, man. What the fuck? Oh, this is straight up a buff to my regular. Okay, I say I get to equip it. Energy rate. High. Oh shit, yeah, I better level first. Level first, then replace the nucleus. Nice. Okay, cool. Alright then. Back to the sewer. Fermentation tank. Me and Assis, we're like brothers. Oh, brother and sister. Oh, they're fighting. Yes. One with the stagger. Oh, this is the way I came. Okay. Okay, so this is just a dead end, but there's a shortcut. Oh. I've got no strings on me. Okay, I can drop, or I can walk down here. Let's walk. Walkway, nothing. Okay. Easy. Is there any drop down here? Well, there is. Okay. Let's just go straight to the bottom. There's also a drop here. A lot of equipment to get. Okay. Go over here. This goes up. Because there's a shortcut, I'm gonna go up first. Way through there. No way around either, but this ladder. I could spin this so I could cross. Oh, that's death. Okay. The same with this. If I could spin it, I could cross. Okay. And I'm assuming I need to find a switch while I explore this bottom area. I'll start over here. A heal. Oh, he's big. Diamonds, yes. Need those for weapons. Want to try anything new? Your crystal. Let's go this way first. Oh. Crystallized disc, crystallized disc. Just more currency. Let's go this way first. Oh, there you go. Oh, he did. He did real bad. Okay. Ow. Well, that little dash actually does damage itself. Okay. Unless that was the clone. I know the clone explodes, but it took a small amount of damage right before it exploded. Let's go this way. This loops back. Oh, it's one of those things. Alright. There's one more too. Oh, he's a lot faster than the other one. Oh, they're upgrading. Holy shit. Jesus. Okay. All right. I think I'm fucking tanky. Jesus. Maybe I should go back to parrying. Okay, that wasn't even fair. He got stuck in that moment. I'm scared. This guy's rocking me. Everything's dead. console key. Activate the cinematic shape. Okay, so that spins. That spins the path. But there was other shit over here too. Quagmire. Giggity. Fire defense. Soil. Oh, I got soil from here. Nice. I can take that too. Botanist. Is there anything else over here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Fragment for the witch. Or wizard, whatever she is. Diamonds. Always good. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck? Put her up. I'm gonna switch back to my parry. I should. Let's go here. Silica. Oh, always nice. I need that for my spear. Might be missing stuff down there, but I'll go back later. 20-sided dice. Dude. D20. Mud balls. Salted mud balls. Okay, so it's an item on that pipe. Which way did I come from? I came from over there, so I'll make sure to drop in that pipe later. Nothing here, okay. I'm gonna run back down because I think this is how I progress. If I run back down, I can get whatever's hidden down there. Where the fuck? Oh. Oh, that's that big shit I killed at the beginning of the game. He fell a long way. Wiener bots. There's just pure crystals? What the fuck? Waste of time. The key doesn't go in here. And these consoles work. What's this? Hey, Danny. I talked to the merchant who was here last time, and something's definitely sketchy about that doctor. He put in prosthetics for you, and the Gray family will only charge you half the price, even including the fees for amputations and bandages. Do you seriously think anyone in this world can be that generous? And Gray said he saw that doctor asking about everyone's address. I'm worried he's up to something shady. Let's just say we should be careful. Well, Dramalek is the one giving Vikas his prosthetics. But I don't understand who he works for. Not the church. I don't think it's a church. It's definitely not the Necros, because these robots... These are probably his robots. Let's see. What branch? Oh, that looks like a boss fight, though. I don't understand why... I was shown a vision of some knights fighting each other earlier, and I don't understand why I got, like, no context at all for it. I thought it was a boss fight, but... That's why I fought the Saint. Oh, shit! Let's deal with that first. This area reminds me a lot of the prison from Dark Souls 3. Stability. Okay, now we can deal with the big guy. Oh man, okay. Take a minute. Let's take a minute and breathe. Alright, big boy. Ow. He missed. Oh, he didn't miss that time. Oh, this is one of like... Okay. I can basically just... R1 him to death. Ooh, diamonds. Nice. Adaptive fragments. Alright. So I'm missing a console to spin the... Oh. Hello. Okay. Ah, here's the console. Where did the... Oh, shit. Where's that boss zone? I want to go do that first. Over in Sewer Town. Who is Kian?
Must be opened from the other side.
I keep seeing that name Kian. I don't know who that is. Elevator. Well, let's spin this for now. Okay, so these are just gonna spin constantly. Good. I can go back there later. Where is that boss fight? It's that way. I'm gonna do this. I'm actually still getting a sizable amount of HP. I'm not at the soft cap. Do I have sellables? I do. Oh, there's items. Phosphorus dart, 10 of them. Nothing. Okay. Let's return here. And get a quick level. I need 19,000. 19-ish thousand. So I won't sell everything so I don't lose all my crystals. Our mud wife? Yeah. Ursula.
Oh, it's you.
We're born from the mud. Shaped by the mud. Here. The old mud.
Swing by again sometime.
This guy's not Kian. Who is this guy? I still don't think he's Kian. No, because I can't sell him the covenants. So what the fuck?
Catches your...
I found this.
Yes, I have soil. We're the botanist.
Where did you get this soil?
I found it in the depths of the sewer town.
The sewer town. I see. Just 1 minute. No, it doesn't work. The soil contains too much mud. Here, it's yours now. Sorry, but I'm a bit tired. Please leave me alone for a while.
What a dick. Because I got purified soil, I can upgrade my Estus. Or whatever that's called. Life do. Cultivate. Nice. 7 charges. Hunting ground. Well, that's anomalous. Oh, that's right. I need to level. So I have some more HP. Okay, nice. I still get 30 per point. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. Hunter or bladers? Oh, it's a duel. It's on, bitch. Oh, Jesus. Ow. All right, Virgil. God. Oh, jeez. What? She can parry. Show was that good. She's got her own fucking gauge and shit. Oh. Sink. She's got a synchronization gauge. Okay. Now, this is a Wolong boss. Wait. Oh. This ancient machine works. What the fuck? Oh
Hey,
no.
What a surprise. We meet again.
I think that guy just killed you.
What's this place? Some sort of factory, perhaps? Who knows? I got dragged here by that guy too. Who is that guy?
That guy.
It's me, but I'm guessing that guy is another blader like us. Why would a blader capture us? You want the answer? Then we'll have to find a way out first. Suspended in midair, unable to teleport and surrounded by molten iron. Talk about a challenge, huh? Do you know a way out? Of course. I've been thinking about it while waiting for you to wake up, but...
But what?
The escape plan might be a bit tricky. Breaking out of this cage is easy, but if we jump right here, you'll plummet into the molten iron below.
That's not good.
So now, we need to move this cage from its current spot. See that rail up there? Our cage is hanging from it. Time to walk a tightrope. If I'm right, that rail will reset and bring the cage back to the edge during a power outage.
So, we need to cause a power outage in this factory?
No need for that. We just need to power down this platform. Simply put, blow up the console over there.
Oh, well, I have guns,
There are many
so...
ways to do it, and it's best if you can hit it from here. But even if you can't, there are other options.
Like what?
See that drone in the hallway? Its position is just right. When it shoots, use your counterfield to reflect the blast and blow up the console with it.
I see.
Let me know when you're ready. I'll get its attention. Are you ready?
Wait, let me have that equipped.
Are you ready? Please, go ahead.
Oh! I missed the console. Oh no, I got it. Okay, nice. Slick. Easy as. I like this branch though.
See? That was easy, right?
It was easy.
Let's split up for now. There's something I want to investigate. Let's split up.
Oh, I can... Not submerged in mud. Interesting. I didn't realize you could move branches out of the mud. Okay. Let's,
Must be opened from the
okay,
other
so let's
side.
see. You think she Googles button? Yeah. She Googles button. And also, what for do we do it? The PC, the computer tape. Mud in apostrophe. I'm gonna go down first. Oh, there's a bunch of shit down there. The robots are like the necros and the soul. Mechanical parts. Where all the failures go. Robots are smelting the robots. Oh, I see. I see you. I see you. Parts, okay. Oh. And way over there, okay. Oh shit. Record 02. You know very well that they're no match for Necros. The investors won't waste their money in this pile of crap. The deal is off, I assume. No, not at all, Mr. Norman. The deal is still on. It's not these products they're interested in. It's your innovative mind. One of our partners in Black Iris has proposed a new project for you, if you're interested. Let's get to the point. He wants to use Necros against themselves. Why don't you leave these wild fantasies to the school as a Sentry project? I'm just acting as a go-between, whether they are wild fantasies or not. You might want to hear more details from him directly. But in my opinion, you don't really have the option to decline the offer, do you? If you want to save your factory from bankruptcy, it's your final chance. Use the Necros to destroy the Necros. So the robots are Necros? Is that what I'm reading? Is that what I'm interpreting? Ow. Oh, I can open the shortcuts. I didn't mean to drop, but oh. They have, looks like Necro parts inside them. Necro intestines, whatever, tendrils. Which is pretty fucked if you ask me. Oh boy. Okay. Let's there's one more area I didn't check. Up here. Up here, up here. I'm gonna backstab him. Luckily he's slower than me, I can actually catch him. Gotcha. Okay. For my efforts, steel shell. Moderately increased physical defense. Oh, okay, that's actually really good. Hunter had a fire blade. So I need fire resist. And physical resist. What the fuck are those things? Or Necros. Alright. Square up. Oh, I'm just kidding. I don't think I fought these before. Oh, I don't like that. What the fuck is that? Jeez. Okay, let's take a second. Let's eat some mud. Oh, this is the boss. I don't remember what it's called. It was like Necros something. He's easy then, he's easy now. Simple, simple, simple. Stone builder. I need mud energy. Ooh, okay. Yeah, right. Oh, does this go to the surface? Not near it though. Oh, it's charcoal. Shit, what the fuck? What is wrong with them? Oh, ow. Oh. This is that shit that was happening to Shirley. Can I kill? One shot him, okay. Hip tightness. Come out of the misery. Return to mud. This might be what Shirley was hearing. A bunch of them screaming. Luckily for her, this will grant her a bit of peace in her little head. No, she'd said it was in the spirit depths, so maybe not. So there's something wrong with those necros. Oh, camera. Oops. I didn't look, I swear. Mr. Adremelech, your discovery is quite interesting, if nothing else. You already knew this would happen. Well, Ms. Lilith knows far more about them than you can imagine. Although their physical structure is completely different from humans, bladers have the ability to imitate all human behavior, including procreation if they choose. Oh, really? Procreation. And since they imitate humans, their offspring can only be human. But it's still possible for this child to be influenced by mud, right? But who isn't? You, me, everyone here, and all the people in Heavenswell. We all rely on mud balls for survival, don't we? Okay, so Shirley is a blader, but imitate all human behavior, including procreation they choose, and say imitate humans or offspring can only be human. But it's still possible for a child to be influenced by mud. Somebody impregnated a blader. Gave birth to Shirley. And Adremelech is the one who discovered it. Which is very strange because bladers are constructs. They're sculpted by mud to combat the Necros. Which means that other guy is the one who made the bladers. Okay.
How is this even possible? A child born from a blader is an ordinary human? The readings don't show any abnormalities. Something must be wrong with those machines. I've got to get to the bottom of this.
Someone is getting busy with a blader. The bladers. Or got busy with the bladers and made Shirley. This is getting really fucked up really fast. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. Door.
It's locked.
Locked. For the robots. Oh man. Steel axes. The robots are made out of necros. The bladers are made out of mud. The necros come from mud. It's just mud fighting mud. Steel axe. Oh, these are cool. Mountain splitter.
It's locked.
These doors are locked.
It's locked.
Oh boy, okay. Locked.
It's locked.
Yeah, okay. There's probably a master key somewhere. Mud on mud violence, yeah. Mud's fighting mud. There's scientists impregnating mud, or bladers. Oh my god. Okay, we're good. Street core. Clearly, the mud is alive. I don't know why he was so shocked that it made a baby, or a human baby. Oh, a shop. A ball. Bandage. Actually provides no protection. Okay. Huge poison resist though. Patient's clothing. Massive poison resist. What does this look like? Aha. I see. This is the naked scene, I guess. Is there naked armor? Oh. Oops. I probably shouldn't have done that. Get muddier. Developers of class, yeah. You know what's up. Branch. Buddy doll Ursula. Oh, this is Shirley's doll. Why did she leave it here? That's a key. Here we are. Is Grandpa really a bad man as I suspect? I can't steer any longer. Having cheeky attire. How could this happen? Yeah. How could this happen? No. Not like this. Merchant Kit. I must have missed an NPC because I have no idea who Merchant Kian is. I thought he was the guy that the camp, but it's not. Okay, so the doll just confirms that she was born by a blader, which a blader is made out of mud. May 14th, overcast. Another sunless day. I saw that big sister again in the afternoon. She has beautiful red hair. Grandpa never told me who she was. She's always fully armed and wears an unhappy look. Everyone in the ward rumors that she's been helping Grandpa capture monsters. So is she the one who caught Charcoal? Charcoal's fucking dead. And she must be killed in combat because last time, a man with broken arms told me that they sacrificed 7 of them to defeat a Charcoal. If I could be as skilled as her, I wouldn't stay here all day. If only I could talk to her. Gotta go back to work. Alright, see you, Doom Guide. Have a good second half of work. As it were. The Doom Guide. Sacrifice 7 to defeat a charcoal. Interesting. Okay. Should definitely level. More HP. Still getting 30 points per level, which is good. Crack in the wall. Okay.
Must be opened from the other side. It's locked.
What's this? Researchers. Oh, scientist outfit. Wait, where's the... Ursula. Oh, dude, wait. Oh, I thought I had... Okay. Actually, looks really cool. What do you have is huge electricity. Resist. Interesting. Okay. Stabilizer. The Light Sparrow's code is just straight up better. Doesn't look as cool though. Let's go back to... How does it compare to the preset? It is also just straight up better. Okay. Which one has fire resist? Monitor hood. That hood as well. Iron pot. Okay. Nothing else in here. The goblins are just unionizing. I don't know what you just said, but I'm sure it's prosperous. Plus 20 million credit score. Okay. If this crack leads. Where does it go? The slums. Oh. Okay. This was at the beginning of the game. Stabilize, just another part. Okay. Mud ball. Tightness. Okay, so I'm on like the eastern side of the chasm. I don't remember seeing this area. Devitalized fetus. He died with a fetus in his hand. 3 of them. Wait. Oh, this is the camp. Huh.
Hello, my dear friend. No chit-chat.
No chit-chat. Oh, she's here too.
So this is the place. It's been ages since I've seen her. But it's just as well. I need to investigate the factory anyway. Anyway, I'll stick around for a bit. Might as well learn some spells while we're at it.
Right you are, Ken. Trailblazer's Oath. Increase attack. Oh, shit. I want that. 40. Oh, it's a boss spell. Clergy Nucleus. Okay. Ending Tornado. That spell created by Prometheus, former son of the church. Someone did Prometheus in. Instructs an energy staff on a mud, conjures lightning storm. When charge one staff on ground to release devastating strikes. Okay, this is... Okay, so I want that spell for sure.
What do you want to learn?
But I will be right back in just a minute. Okay. So, I want to sell.
Oh, it's you?
These goods. Damn, that's a shit ton of crystals.
Swing by again sometime.
This guy must be Ken.
Oh, it's you?
Maybe I'm... Maybe not.
Nothing catches your...
There's just no way to give him those covenants. I don't understand. Okay, I want this spell. Trailblazer's Oath. Yeah, I want that shit. I can't use it yet, but... Just straight attack up is going to be very helpful. Alright, so... Definitely gonna... How many? 20,000 for a level. I'm at 25, so if I sell...
Oh, it's...
Can I get 2 levels? I might be able to, maybe. Oh yeah, okay, I think I can get another level.
Nothing beats making...
5. Still getting 30 per level 2. Nice. It's gonna take 5 spirits upgrades to get that spell, though, or be able to use it, rather. I don't understand the point of getting vitality. I feel like I get tons of sync rate. So I like fire resist for this boss. Assuming he's even still there, Quagmire. Okay. I'm gonna bother trying to parry him. At 10% HP is actually pretty strong. Stability conversion. I don't really need that. Oh, there's 75 defense. I'm not sure how much damage he's doing that's fire damage, but he is using fire damage. 3 HP is going to be very helpful though. Let's get the steel shell going. This is probably not going to do much for me. Wait. Hold on a second. Hold. Where's that ability? What is that ability called? Frame abilities. Here we go. Oh, I can't look at them. Damn. Oh well. Let's see if I can get him this time. Sewer Town, Hunting Ground. I'm not going to try to parry him. I'm just going to use my Electro Dodge. Or whatever it's called. Thunderstep. Alright. Let's see what he's got. If I dodge at him on his Jutsu, I should be able to dodge it consistently. Oh, that's the parry! Oh! He gets that shit, like, from me hitting him. That reminds me of Sekiro right there, that kick. And the Shinobi Hunters. Oh, what's wrong, Hunter? You're losing your sync. Oh no, I'm losing my sync. Oh, that could have been very bad. This is going very bad. Oh, oh my god. Oh. Okay. Holy shit. Alright, Valadia. Do that too. Oh, she's stunned. Hit me again. Nice. Oh. Oh no. No. We didn't get this far just to die here. Woo. Yeah. Yes. An easy game. It's very easy. Oh, I got a mask. Oh shit. Blade Hunter's mask. Oh. Cool. Okay, so she was purely optional, I assume. What was that other thing I got from her? Was it a nucleus? Hunter. No, that's what I had. Oh, not a new nucleus. Okay. It's a seal? I need to actually upgrade my seal, but... A spell? No, not a spell. Darn, I don't know what I got from her, other than the helmet. Oh, the train pass. That's right. Access all underground lines. Pass issued by Scholar Jamlick. Let me catch someone off and find someone. Okay. I can level my lance even more. Still a B scaling. 256 to 144. 306, 179. Okay. Realism. This lance is not filled me yet. Still getting 30 HP per point, which is good. Very nice. Okay. Less poison from poison. Less damage from poison, piercing, infection. Okay. Stability. Conversion, stability. This is still the best, I think. See if I'm spamming that spell, that heal spell. Now I can return to the... Oh, that's right, this shit. Ow. The elevator. I don't remember where that is. I think it's this way. Yes, it is here.
Must be opened from the other side.
Right, these are now... Oh, they're not. Oh no, they're all changed. Okay, let's go down. Okay, I'm gonna go up these stairs. I'm gonna ignore these robots. Because it seemed that all the tanks were aligned. I can just go from one to the other now. Nice. That one's broken. That one has no way to it other than drop down. Get this item now too. How did I grab this item? Chip chitus. Okay, pipes. Ow. I'm gonna silica. This must be a new area, because I don't recall these items being on the ground there. Right then. Ow. Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right. Slice disc, resonance disc. Okay, that looks like it loops back around, maybe? Oh, I could actually get here. I walked up that pipe. And what is that? Oh. Something died. I can't backstab him. What the fuck? Oh, he slapped me. God, okay. Damn. Dick. Diamonds. Diamonds in salted mud. Adaptive fragments. Okay. Snails. I hate these things. It's so annoying to kill. Maybe their soft parts come out. There we go. Dew essence. Oh, nice. And this is just an optional area. Okay, then now. But I believe I'm still missing something in one of these pipes. I just don't remember which pipe. And I'm missing a way onto one of the tanks. It's the elevator. Here's the stairs. Okay, top of this tower, that's one tank. One tank I went across. I want to get to the red tank. But how? Wait, the red tank. That shit down there. There's no way I can make that jump. Maybe the pipes, but... Do it. No, I don't think I will. There's no way. Okay, wait. Ow. Okay, that's the branch. That's the shortcut, but I don't have the shortcut. There is a ladder in that corner. Oh. No way up. Jeez. Okay, alright. One is annoying as is. Two of them is insanity. Okay. There's a ladder. Pipe. Pipe goes this way. Pipe. I can fall onto the pipe. From up here. Okay. At least I hope I can. Aha! There it is. Luminous diamond. Resonance. And this should put me where I want to be. I can go and get the shortcut. Yes, finally. I want the bridge. I want the bridge and my heels back. Not enough to level. It's fine. Tons of HP. What's this? Auto ignition. That goes up. This I think I can actually make that. Nope. Oh, tumors. And the screamers. Here comes the blade. Okay. Luminous diamonds. Brief condensation. Increased shatter defense. That's what it's called. Shatter, not bleed. Chip tightness. Nice. More chip tightness. Adaptive fragments. Very nice. Plenty of treasures. All right, excellent. Oh, tubers! Okay, hit him through walls. Oh, this is gonna suck. All right. Oh. Oh. Please. Oh, this all way. Alcohol. That sounds nice right about now. What is that, a soluble? Yeah, it is. The ingredients used in their brewing have long since become extinct, making them highly valuable. Someone left their bottle of Jack down here in the sewers. Hello. Oh, this is the, okay. So that loops around. That's the shortcut. So I'm done down here, full on, just full stop. I am done down here. So where do I go? The hunter area was a dead end, wasn't it? It's not a Souls-like thing being fucking lost. Here and there. That's where I came. There's no other tunnel down there. This is the alternate. Oh, dick. I think I came this way. Maybe I did. I'm pretty sure this is the way back. Yeah, it is. Okay. Up the stairs goes to the button in the elevator. This is the only way forward. I'm actually getting more HP per point now. Good. It's blocked. That's also blocked. What am I missing? What am I missing? What the fuck? When I am just fucking blind. Okay, there's stairs here. Okay. I can't see shit, man. I see shit out these bags. Keep out. Oh, that doesn't look ominous. What's this? Diamonds. Okay. Pilgrim.
Stay away! Please, let me go. Leave us alone. Calm down. What happened? You're going to lock me up.
Why would I lock you up?
Is that masked person still around?
She's gone.
She's dead, Jim. I killed her.
The doctor. What about Dr. Adremalek and his robot?
Adremalek? Why are you mentioning him?
You don't know anything, do you? Is there anyone else out there?
No.
Just as I suspected. The doctor took everyone. He had everyone's trust. Nobody saw this coming.
Nobody saw this coming.
Those rumors are true. People in the sewers are disappearing because of the doctor. If it wasn't for that man, I'd probably be...
That man?
It's an old man carrying a coffin.
Ah, stone.
I don't know why he would help me. Oh, God. Who can we actually trust? Are you lost? I see. The station is controlled by the doctor, so there's no way out. Behind the crack, the old man forbade me from venturing its depths.
Why? Where does it lead?
I don't know. He didn't tell me. But he went in himself.
I see.
You know how to fight, right? If only I could fight like you. Do we common folks have to join the church if we want to live?
Probably not a good idea.
I'm sorry.
Sorry to say, lady, but you are fucked either which way.
Please, take care of yourself, kind soul. Please.
You join a church, get your mind destroyed, or you join the doctor and you turn into a robot. Mindless robot. This place just fucking sucks. It sucks, man. Okay, she was warning me about something back here, so let's see what it is. The rift. Rift. Oh shit. Okay. It looks like the church's symbol, but spirit depths. Finally, what the fuck? What? Oh, it's one of those. Of course, they would turn him into a common enemy. I beat it.
See.
Really?
So it's not here either. Thank you. Thanks, but no thanks. I'll go there myself. Hello again, Ursula. Thank you for last time. I'm feeling much better now, although my head still aches. What brings you here, Shirley? I don't know. I was just following these glowing threads and I ended up here. Glowing threads? Yeah. After the voices in my head disappeared, I started seeing these threads. I saw them coming out from people's bodies.
I just realized it was dark the entire time.
When I
Oops.
looked towards the east, the mountain was covered in those threads. They seemed to be calling out to me. And I found myself walking in that direction before I realized it. I also saw threads from the Necros. They looked scary.
Did her eyes change? She had blue eyes before, now they're red.
So, you heard cries.
Oh no.
And now you're seeing threats? Who are you talking to? Everyone in Elysium. Did you say Elysium? Yeah.
Elysium.
The people who went to Elysium. They're all here. Here? Each tablet contains so many of them. They told me they're in a vast garden.
Let's
what a relief. The Father didn't lie to us. Elysium truly exists. A vast garden. Sounds amazing. I haven't seen flowers with my eyes yet. Garden? Elysium. A space of consciousness. A space of consciousness. My parents must be there too. I'm getting closer to them. But with
This
so
is
many
fucked up.
entities there, how will you find your parents? I can recognize them from their
This is
unique
really fucked up.
threads. A special thread? Yeah. Sometimes I see unique threads among those people. They make me feel warm and relaxed. It's as if they're family. Family. I see.
Family.
Please be careful. Oh, there's something else, Ursa. I saw old Stone here too. Stone. He's inside the upside-down tower at the center, but I can't get there. Please tell him that the person he's looking for is not here. He's looking for someone? Yeah. Old Stone has unique threads on him too, but the other end is somewhere far away. I see. Thank you, Ursa. Please be careful. There are so many Necros down there. May the Father... May the Father...
I didn't even finish her prayer. She's brainwashed. I'm assuming the church's symbol is a corruption of whatever this V is. Oh yeah, there it is. Corrupted over 800 years of history. Oh boy, this is going to be hectic. Holy shit, okay. This looks like the, looks like Wukong. When you're imprisoned. Okay, I can actually drop down, but do I want to? What is down here? Dead end? That's probably a shortcut of some sort. So I suppose I am going to drop down. Oh shit. Okay. I hate these kinds of puzzles. Gotcha. Okay. No. What the fuck? What the shit? What is going on? No, no, no. Oh. Jesus. Please. I want this. What? Where? Where is he? No. What the fuck? Okay, I'm going to look over here. Okay. That horse sees me, I just don't know from where. Oh, this is not good. Okay, let's go the other way. He doesn't see me now. Oh, but now he does. No, 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 no. Oh my god. What the fuck? Run this way. Oh no. Oh no. It's one. That's two. We got ourselves a little difficulty spike. Fragments. Oh. Well, at least there's a branch here. Oh, it's stone. Oh.
Ah, it's you.
Stone, what are you doing here?
I'm searching for something. Sorry, but I don't have time for you right now.
Stone.
I said I don't have time for you.
What the fuck, man?
Shirley has something important to tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Shirley? Oh, the little girl with that Dramalek. She has something to tell me.
She says the person you're looking for is not here.
How does she know? She even knows I'm searching for someone. Who exactly is she?
I don't know. But she can somehow see the flow of consciousness.
See the flow of consciousness?
She's the one.
How ridiculous. Hold on. Are you serious? She managed to find her way here too?
She made it here on her own.
That girl is full of surprises. Judging by her age, could she be from 12 years ago? Well, she has no reason to lie to me. I'll trust her this time. If not here.
Where's his giant sword? Yeah, he has a hammer, I think.
Left is the trial hall. Well, then I have no reason to stick around here anymore. You should leave too.
Other than his coffin.
The church can't hold on anymore, and the Necros will destroy everything. Ah, you're planning to go further down, right? The Necros down there are completely different from the ones you fought before, as this place is their true objective. They're all incredibly strong, grand, or even arch ones, if they've even defeated that bishop. If you run into an arch necro, then you're done for. They possess absolute power.
Arch necros.
The look on your face. You never thought of running away, huh? A blader with a death wish. I kinda dig it, though.
Dig it.
Well, take care of yourself. Well,
I kinda dig it, though. Is this... Fuck. Oh. Okay, let me rest really fast. I've got shit for crystals, which is good. Now where is that horse? Yeah. Ow. Ow. is that thing? Whatever it is. Oh no. No. No, no, no. No. Oh. Why? No, not again. Jeez. Okay. Quick. Here we go. What is this? Cleansing therapy. Piercing accumulation. Oh, nice. Okay. Where is that horse? Is it the horse? What? Oh, it's the eyes. What the fuck? Okay. Not good. Okay. I want to go this way. What's this? Valley Hill soil. Oh, nice. That eye right there, that Eye of Sauron shit. Right over there. Diamonds, okay, nice. Yeah, I passed. Of course. Some fucking spells on me. Oh, I did it. Gotcha. No more place to fall down, so. Tumors everywhere. And necros. Nice. Mosquitoes. Oh shit. -6. Oh, they have fire. What the fuck? I thought they were weak to fire. Oh no. That could have went really badly. Yeah, the church is losing their grip here. Necros are taking over. Oh shit, you gotta be... Oh no, they're distracted. Okay. I need my mud. Whoa! Whoa! Oh no! The Archdecker's on a birch horse. I'm just gonna grab this while they fight. Thank you. I would like their souls, their crystals. respawned. Nice, nice. Soften up the other guy a little bit. No. Oof. You tried. Oh. The fragments, okay. Ow. Cool. More adaptive fragments. Boy. Okay, the eyes can't see me, which is good. Oh, okay. Eucharist. That's good. I would love a branch though. Holy tumors. Okay. Ow. So many tumors. Somebody has been teleporting through it. Charlie.
Why? This can't be real.
What happened, Shirley?
Ursula. All those things are fake. Elysium is fake. The promised land and eternal bliss. They're all fake.
Calm down, Shirley. What did you see?
In Elysium, people are being tortured. Everything seemed fine at first, but as I went deeper, I heard cries of agony. The deeper I went, the more horrifying the screams became. They were all screaming in unbearable pain. Gosh, did you hear that, Ursula?
I'm sorry, Shirley. But I'm not hearing anything.
Elysium is a trap, but they don't know anything yet. I must go back. I must tell them the truth.
Jesus. That's oh. That's really fucked up. Going green in the newspaper. Okay, that just goes down, but there was another path. If I can. Uh-oh. Really? You're just gonna... Alright. Get these tumors. What the fuck is that thing? Oh, it's one of those... I don't even know what they're called. They shit out lasers on bugs. I need to get this thing's attention. One by one. Oh, okay. I felt too. Damn. Okay, come here, you big... whatever you are. Yeah, the lasers are gonna... Good. I think I got Thunder Step. Oh, God. Okay. All right. Ow. Ah, damn. Yeah, just stand there. Okay. What is this? Corrupt Blader Armor, Stygian Touch. Oh. Grab these other items. Get to safety. And look at this gear. That is a lot of crafting shit. Cool. Okay. Corrupt. That's a Blader Armor. Let's see, corrupt one look like. How to buy Necro Spell? Oh, that was very strong. Using Necro materials greatly enhances defensive capabilities. Weak to fire and piercing. Oh shit, I look fucking badass. Hell yeah. What was that weapon? Stygian Touch. Claw Strike, Claw Storm, Skill Sticks. Pair of claws modify using hours of Persephone, Stygian Queen of Woe. This is the ultra high strength of Necromaterial. It's got a decent strength. It's got C starting strength scaling. Oh. We fist now. Oh, this is cool. I'm a meat monster. Oops. I didn't get that, the shortcut. I didn't see it. Clergy Mask. Yes. Okay. All right. Let's enhance this. I cannot enhance it. Really? I have no carbon? What the fuck? Hold on. Let's go buy some. I think this guy sells carbon. I just realized where Kian is. I'm sitting there like, who the fuck is Kian? It's giving me all this shit and there's no Kian. Kian is in the city.
What do you want to learn? Is everything done?
Okay, let's give this guy his.
I found this.
I even have a tail. There we go. Why is he eating it?
I'm sorry. It's a bit awful. Where did you find that?
It's down the hill, east of the cathedral.
It's already gotten that far. Over 2 decades, I've searched almost everywhere over. Do you think maybe it's time to give up? This one doesn't work either.
He's despondent.
Please, take it. I'm sorry. But please, leave me alone. I'm sorry, but please, leave me alone.
Poor guy. That sucks, man. That means no, well, at least they gave me the, they can cultivate. Nice. Okay, so we got 8 charges. Okay, Kian is up here. Balcony, I think. We'll be ending here soon, probably after this next boss fight. What I need to give this... No, it's the wrong place. Where is he? Top apron? This is Kian. Okay.
Welcome
There he
back,
is.
Customer.
I found this.
Where did you find this?
In the underground parish.
I can't believe Otto made it that far.
Otto.
He's safe down there, right? I hope he comes back soon. With this contract, we can expand our business to the underground parish. Here are some humble gifts for you. Please, accept them.
Thank you.
So, how about...
Carbon. Yes.
May your...
Okay, and I have more. I had like 2 more to give him.
I found...
This is the contract Otto signed with the people in the sewer town. I can't believe that kid has made it that far. The sewer town. How nostalgic. Actually, I come from there. They're all people trying to survive, you know. This contract will surely help them live a better life, dear customer. Here are some humble gifts for you.
Thank you.
Nice.
So, how
More
about
crafting
you?
mats. I think there was one more.
May your... What do you need, dear customer?
No, I guess that was just it. Okay. Okay, so he has all diamonds and carbons.
May your
So that means I can upgrade. Ooh. Nice. Stygian touch. I need more carbons, and I will sell some stuff.
What do you need, dear customer?
Clergy mask. That spells ain't interesting. Many-sided dice, chip chitinous. Alcohol. 15,000. I'm gonna hold on to my lucky dice.
What do you need, dear customer?
Some carbons.
May your...
Here we are. I need more carbon. Okay. Strength is up to C. Technique is D. This must be a quality
dear
weapon.
customer?
I have a shit ton of diamonds, okay. It's just carbons that I lack. Obsidian. Here we go, up to diamonds. And now we're back to silicas. Now, what is this piercing damage? The scrap lance will chunk. But if this is like Dark Souls, then if this attacks really fast, it'll actually do a significant amount of damage. Okay, I've reached the soft cap for health, which means I can start putting some points in the spirit so I can get that that buff. Oh shit, that was cool. Okay, if I use this. Let's try it. The place where the church stores human consciousness. Modelly raises out a structural sphere through the mud at the bottom, thus constructing the illusion in the realm of consciousness. Necros are trying to destroy it, okay. Interesting. Okay. Let's do this boss. Do this boss and call it. Call it there. Excited to try these claws. Last time I played Elden Ring was a fist run. Well, it started as a fist run. Sure, everything's set. Okay. Mud balls ready. And go. Oh, what is that? It's an angel. No, it's a Necros. An arch Necros. Persephone. Oh, I have a... Oh, shit. I have her claws equipped. Where? What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god. I forgot. What the fuck? Just dive on him. Meh. This weapon actually chunks, man. Oh shit. What the fuck? Oh, this is straight out of Wukong. Boss of the prison. Oh! Oh, damn. Ow. Oh, you thought. Oh, that blade stack is crazy. Yeah, you're dead. Yeah, gotcha. Phase 2? It's a little spicy. This is one of the easier bosses. This is phase 2. Oh. I guess it is. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, damn. I better eat a mud ball. Just got like no stagger though. This sucks. What the fuck is that? Are you serious? What? Oh! Ow. Okay. Ball. I better not reapply buff yet. HP's not there. My ball. Jeez. It's the over there, yeah. Why is it that Fire Lord or the Madness Lord from Lord of the Rings DLC? Okay, I need to reapply. Heal. Oh, what the fuck? He's invuln during that shit? What the fuck? What is going on?
The energy density is dangerous. Take cover.
Taking cover. What just happened? Oh, okay. Minimum pain. Persephone's nucleus. Archnecro, known as Persephone, Stygian Queen of Woe, contains extremely dangerous spells capable of devastating the entire heavens wall. Ah, I see. It wasn't that hard. What's the other thing I got? Seed bladers. Okay. Minimum. Here it is. When countless units generated by persisting will develop breeding pain. Breeding pain? What the hell? What name is that for a spell? Assume all active mud. Should contain degeneracy energy and causing a devastating explosion that destroys everything in the vicinity, including the Cassid himself. That's strange. So you blow yourself up, I guess. I am losing sync rate. What is happening? No. Oh, this could be bad. This chamber's not nice to me. Here we go. Let's see the water, the mud. Who the fuck?
It's you,
Oh no!
I didn't expect to meet you again like this.
Castina, what happened?
I failed to dodge her attack and got contaminated. My hypothesis was correct. I saw it myself. The undernet opened up, and the Necro swarmed out. The Stygian Queen of Woe. She appeared in the sewer town. She pierced the ground. An arch-Necro. I didn't stand a chance.
Just use bleed.
Have you defeated her?
Yes.
You've even defeated her. Looks like you're stronger than me. And most bladers.
How can I help you break free from these crystals?
There's no need. I use these crystals to temporarily prevent the mutation in my body. Just kill me. Don't worry. I'm a blader. I'll come back through the branch. The only thing is, the branch I'm connected to is far to the north. We probably won't see each other for a long time. It's worth it to get information about the Undernet. Go ahead. Give it to me.
It's not how it would, vocalize wanting to get killed, but if you say so.
Thank you, Ursula.
Later returned. Everlasting piercing. Oh. Where is it? This is the duration of piercing claw. So I know this piercing claw actually lasts for quite a while, as long as you're attacking shit. I didn't realize that. Oh, jeez, okay. Okay, it's still worth the pump health, then, which is good. I'm just gonna pump health. Let's see what's through here. Wait, it's the forest? Oh. Oh, this must be the way into the greenhouse. Oh. Yeah, never mind. The loading screen fooled me. Yeah, but a fool. All right. Tree core. Excellent. And a lab. Oh, a station. Information desk. Just gonna not pay the toll. There we go. There's one train active. And it looks like that's it. Okay. Let's see this area before I call it. Like my little tail. My little tail in my armor. It's nice. It's nice. The other trains led to the withered forest. where does this lead? Underground parish. Okay. More underground. No branch. What the fuck? Okay. Shop though. Traveler's coat. Crystallized bone. Oh, that's armor. I want that. My lucky dice. Oh, that's not enough though. Okay, I want to sign a branch at least. Here we are. The ore bell is ringing. Oh no. Practical Techniques of Mudball Makers, written by Vladimir L. Hubert from the Hubert Academy. Comparing the results to Figure 4, we observe a strong similarity between the recorded brainwave and the mental fluctuations during the void entity's disintegration. These experiments lead us to conclude that when exposed to around 200 degrees Celsius, the electromagnetic wave disrupts a stable structure within the entity, leading to denaturation and decomposition of its molecules, resulting in the production of proteins and sugars, which cause the foul odor of mud balls. Following this transformation, the remaining portion of the mud converts into inert substances that no longer respond to brainwave signals. It poses no harm to the human body until they re-expose large quantities of active mud, reactivating them. While this approach provides us with a stable food source, using mud in this way is akin to discovering a rifle and using it solely as a club. It is disheartening to realize that although mud holds nearly limitless potential, we humans are unable to tap into its vast capabilities, lacking the key to its utilization. Let's see. So, cooking the mud makes it edible, but also makes it taste like shit. It also makes it inert, so yeah, you can eat it safely. Interesting. Okay, doorbell is ringing. Here. I was going to call it there, but where? Nothing. Oh well. That's probably a good place to stop anyway. I'm curious where I can get that armor. Sorry, my lucky die. I want to see what that armor looks like. I never use this. Ever. 2,000 more. Never use this either. Or this. I don't use any of these. Never one for throwables in these kinds of games. Okay. Traveler's coat. Oh, nice. That's a cool outfit. Leader's armor is just straight up better, though. What a shame. Oh well. Okay. A good place to stop. Okay. Okie dokie. All right. I think we're definitely in the second half of the game. So I will pick this up again next week. I'll dedicate another night to it. I think we're getting close to the end. I think I can beat it in around 2 more sessions. 1 or 2 more sessions should do it. Very good game. And I am interested in studying quite a bit, especially compared to most anime Souls-likes. Like Codename. Tomorrow night, I stream more East Origins. And I'll be starting earlier tonight, like I did tonight. Seems fun. It is fun. It is a lot of fun. It's not really punishing. It's not like a super difficult Souls-like, but it is fun. There's still some challenge to it, especially early on, and there are some definite difficulty spikes, but it is a nice game, a nice Souls-like you can just kind of cruise through, front to back. Tomorrow night is East Origins. Hopefully I can beat Unika's campaign run, the Tower of Darn. But from the side now, yeah. From the side now. From the side now. Oh man. Ugh. But thanks for tuning in, for watching Zarksic. And anyone else who popped in, thank you for watching. If you're just watching the VODs, thank you for watching. They'll be uploaded to YouTube in due time because uploading VODs takes forever. Uploading Twitch to YouTube. I'm sure it'll all pay off eventually. So, GG's, yes, GG's. Alrighty. So as usual, take care, Wanderers.